Kini aja ń gbé síbẹ̀ yẹn. Hello. Kini máa wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn. Ṣe gbé sí níta. Tó báyọ̀ ṣe ń wọlé wọn máa.
Ẹgbẹ́ máa bá àwọn wò ó wà pé ẹ̀kọ́ ní pásọ̀. Ẹ máa wo kí ni ọ̀.
You are all welcome. Welcome, everybody. You are all welcome. You are all welcome. Now, You are welcome to 2022 Engineering week is a normal annual event. It's an annual event that we organize by the chapter to mark the end of our engineering year. I will. As I was saying, engineering week is to mark the end of the engineering year. And for this year, we'll be having 4 days events starting from today. And then by Thursday. Before I proceed, I want to do some recognition of members and senior colleagues that are around. Nigerian Institute of Mechanical Engineers, Lagos Chapter Chairman. By my left is Engineer of NIMechE, the Vice Chairman. By immediate right is Engineer and right, Engineer the General Secretary of the chapter. Seated in the other side of the one of the former chapter chairman, who is already involved. Well, Engineer Kwame. You are welcome. You can see by Saturday. We also have Engineer Tajuddin. He's a very senior colleague and a member of staff of NLTPC, our host, and a member of the chapter. Also in our midst is an Engineer Babatunde Makoni, a very senior colleague, a retired staff of LLTPC, but not tired. It's always important in our events. Please come to the front. We also welcome other members. Lots of time, we don't have to information like this. We are all recognized. Our colleagues, members of the press, and other members of the NIMechE. They are all welcome. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Please, the conference will continue any moment from now, please. There is a power failure here. That is why we are not hearing anything again. Can we hear me?
Hear you. Diverse area of engineering. That is why we have selected those two small areas to look at how we can develop ourselves, our members. At the end of the day, benefit our profession and economic society. So here we are having two questions for this engineering. After the first conference this morning, actually supposed to be 11 o'clock. After this first conference, that's the question. And in terms of that question, the importance of jumping and fighting. That is the question. We have seen in most of our facilities how students facilities are. You can see some facilities behind. They look so different. They look better because of what? So in most cases, we didn't get our piping and plumbing right. And at times, in fact, in most cases, it weakens our buildings. So today, we are having experts. One of our partners, Geberit Nigeria Limited, they are going to take us into the importance of piping and plumbing in buildings. And the ultimate is how to imbibe standards in our plumbing and piping system, because they are very, very key, essential of our buildings. If you are talking of any inconveniences in buildings, it has something to do with piping and plumbing. So that is for today. For tomorrow, we'll be having something to do on automobiles. And the title of tomorrow's discussion is significance. The consequences of using substandard spare parts in the maintenance of our vehicles. Of course, because we don't have statistics, as I'm speaking now, I don't have the statistics, but all of us knew before, and we also know as we speak that the death that is being recorded based on auto crash is more than any other means of transport in Nigeria. But it's only what we hear. Per month. If we have the statistics, you'll be surprised at the number of people that have died as we speak. Because of what? Because of failure that has happened to this people and their crashing on our roads. And most of the crashes are something to be controlled. They can be controlled because we are not using the standards. For instance, earlier this month to hear one at Bagada yesterday. We lost about 7 or 8 people in the road. And what happened? They said the vehicle catch fire and they couldn't open the door. That's the information we are getting for now. Yeah. If you cannot open it, what causes it? What causes it? Because in most cases, the driver will have to come down from his side, turn around to open the door for passengers for emergency. This is part of it. It's not only the engine we are talking about, it's not only the tires, not only the wipers, but all parts of our vehicles needs to be maintained properly. It's only because we are not using the standard, we are not following the rules and regulations, we are not following the standard. That's how we are having this failure. So this is very, very key. It affects me, it affects you, it affects our society. Because we cannot afford to be losing our lives on a daily basis on our roads. So Nigeria's Institute of Mechanical Engineers is taking upon our part to call all the stakeholders in auto industry. LAGBIS will be here tomorrow, BIS will be here, Ministry of Transport will be here, Federal Road Safety Corps will be here, Central Organization of Nigeria, and all other transporters and auto electricians, auto mechanics. So all these are the stakeholders in auto industry. They'll be here tomorrow to discuss about how to discuss on standards to be used in our auto vehicle maintenance, so that we can curb the issue of road crashes and loss of lives and property. On Wednesday, that is day 3, we'll be having head talk about life when you are healthy, that you can do what you are doing. It's only Wednesday we'll be having elders forum from head talk. We are calling medical practitioners to take our basic health checks in our body and to give us health advice on how to live a comfortable life. And by the grace of God, on Thursday, which is the 4th, we'll be having our AGM, where the executive is going to give reports of their activities for the past 1 year, and our audited report will be sent to the members. And after that, we are going to have election of new members to occupy the position of responsibility for the chapter. So those are the activities we have lined up for this week. So it's a 4-day event starting from today and end on Thursday. We hope that all our members and our partners are around to enjoy all what we have for them and to gain professionally. At the end of the day, whatever we have gained is going to be translated to the development of our profession and the nation as a whole. So once again, I want to welcome everyone here. And as we are starting, we hope that we'll be able to have little time with us to get our, what is required from our partner, Geberit, for this morning. They are going to give us training on piping and plumbing in buildings. So let us listen attentively and have something. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. inspiring address. I call it an address. Our COS, especially conference. So this time is time for our press to have a press. We want to entertain one or two questions. Want to entertain one or two further clarification. Chairman, I just said 2 questions, 3 questions, so that before we go to technical, I want you to ask one of these questions. After that, opinions are put the society. How can we do it better? What do we do for? So if you are going to our first, who goes first?
Good morning, students. My name is Grace and from the University now of Engineering. I know there's an auto policy on vehicle manufacturing. I want to share more light on that. What is that auto policy? Why is Nigeria lagging behind in terms of manufacturing? What is your perspective about that area?
Thank you very much. On also policy, in most cases, our policies in Nigeria, government policies, they roll out policies, but at the end of the day, you realize that never implemented or at best, partly implemented. So Nigerian engineers are ready and to face challenges. I was in an event just 2 days ago on Saturday, to be precise. The president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers was challenging the federal government that the Nigerian engineers are not being challenged. Most of the things that is happening in the construction industry and other industries, auto industry, construction industry, is being handled by non-Nigerians, expatriates. Whereas we have qualified Nigerian engineers that can do all this. He was challenging the government that they should challenge us, give us the opportunity to perform, and Nigerian engineers are ready to perform. Like the auto industries we are talking about, the few auto industries in Nigeria, they are not being patronized by governments. As the only government that can start this, the government policy is there that all government official vehicles should be built in Nigeria. Definitely, men and women who are lovers of Nigerian policy to start buying Nigerian vehicles. But government will never start it. How many cars can few engineers buy? So these are the things. Engineers are ready. If we are challenged and we are doing the opportunity. Mechanical engineers, as you have said, we are the bedrock of all engineering, and we are ready to take the challenge as soon as government are ready to challenge us. We are ready to take the challenge and deliver, not only to face the challenge, but and deliver as required. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chidera from China. My question is on the topic we are going to discuss after this program, the consequences of using some standards aircraft for vehicle maintenance. The Nigerian Institute of Mechanical Engineering, how are you going to educate the public on this issue?
Thank you very much. The reason, the education of members of the public, that was the reason why we are calling all stakeholders instance, we invited those transport unions. We'll come here tomorrow. But they are the closest to the people. Government officials will be here tomorrow to hear from us, and they can take our actions, our intention, and our move. We can take back to government. So we are not doing it all alone. We are calling all stakeholders, both private and government. It's like a PPP, public-private partnership. So none is left out. Both private and government institutions are involved tomorrow, and everybody will take part fully on the topic to discuss. Thank you.
Plumbers are also here. So, more questions, more clarification, two more.
On the auto policy, I'm really not satisfied. In the past, we had Peugeot, we had Volkswagen, and now my people were here and to allow all those industries to disappear. What are you doing to help government revamp those industries?
Winding up, giving the show of Nigeria. That is the more reason why we are engaging government to engage government. NIMechE is a society that can advocate, that can advise, that can mobilize members, but we don't have the authority or the powers to decide on the policy of the government. The first thing is government policy. That's what I said the other time. Policies are there, but they are never implemented. So we are now working hand in hand. We are encouraging our members to be more political, not only professionals, to go with the politicians. When we have all these things, we can have members who can push our views, our what we want to implement the next 5 years. We can put it to the National Assembly and all other stakeholders in the government sector. So that one is the key and other opposition bodies are doing. Thank you.
Any questions, even from the audience? The audience also they would like to also ask the chairman. The chairman is here for all of us. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please allow me to stand on this engineer's package. As a matter of fact, the last question, I think I will have to say something about it. There's a lot we mechanics have to face, but we can't do anything without the approval of the government. For example, I did my NYC with the Land Motors. That was in 1984. During the time of Obasanjo. The Land Motors were doing Land Rover, Range Rover, Canter, and no more things. But when the president was trying to order Range Rover, you have to move straight to London, Britain, to do all those things. By that kind of scenario, there was a challenge to the Land Motors. Because there's no way they can make their profit. Instead of buying oil, we have CKD, complete lockdown, like I said to Nigeria, for us to accept. But after getting all those things, when the government is not doing it, what can we do? We all know what it takes. At the same time, I will advise all of us to be a politician. Because in this country, without being a politician, just that we are outside the gate. Because those people we have in that forum, then most of them are not qualified engineers. When you have a conductor that is telling you it's an engineer, what's going to produce? You see, the challenge is that our government have to try their best to improve that kind of something. Then two, we should try to be a politician. Don't say that it's Mr. Lakaja, it's Mr. Steve. If it is into politics and it's the commissioner of works and everything, it will be controlling all of us. That's telling you can. Because if you want to have it power. But we engineers like just a contract. Babalaki was given. Babalaki is a lawyer. He was given the contract of what call it? Yeah, this international airport, and he employs engineers, paying them peanuts. At the end of the day, what you do? Let's try to build politicians, not indoor politicians, public politicians. Thank you very much. I want to get the call.
Okay, I want us to be politicians too. Okay, we have another question or clarification from Sugar.
I just want to add to what has been said about some companies who the decay is not instant. It was a gradual process. And now look at where we find ourselves. I've been talking today about piping, plumbing. I remember when PPR came into Nigeria, because we were having issues with UPVC, galvanized pipes, and so on and so forth. But when PPR came, right standard, just look at our team. The good quality pipes then, you could install and go to rest. That, oh, there's no leakage. The mode of joining was better. But along the line, several adulterated PPR came into the market. And now, look, so the industries, it's not said before, it's a gradual thing because government former chairman has said, engineers are employed and paid, peanuts. And showed me some of them, they are not encouraged. And about the experts, because I've worked in both consulting, contracting, and I'm now in the sales industry. In the construction industry, we see that expatriates, our people even do this job. The only thing the expatriates do is that they supervise. Our people, it's not that we don't know, they just need the right people to make sure they do the right thing. So engineers are ready to give their best. If government is ready to support us and give us the opportunity to show what we can do.
Yes, as they are doing the challenge with the engineers, they should be ready to help us publicize the reason for standard. That goes more than just selection. It boils on looking at the details of design and incorporating it in anything you are doing. As the chairman has said, the advocacy saying is that people to look to the property of what they are doing so that the outcome will benefit a lot of us. Although we have case of collapsing house in Lagos State, but we know the reason why these things are happening. It's not that they are collapsing because there is nobody is there to do the right thing, but most of these things are underpaid. To follow the normal process or lay down with that are being bypass. These are what we call standard. We as mechanical engineers, we're now bringing that standard into place, advocating it that this thing must be well put into place for us to get the right results. One of our members will be talking about plumbing and piping. There are standards in these areas that if well put into place in building, there will not be reason for pipes to cause damage to any building. So I'm appealing to the press. Please help us make enough noise on what we are going to be hearing here, so that people can at least hear
engineers that we are making noise that even in building, pipings are very important. If not well structured, if there are too much pipe in the building, if there are leakages, there must be reason for it. And with this, we will go a long way in reducing some of these problems we are experiencing in our environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe I will just also highlight as the chairman of the engineering committee, while we chose this thing and we invited the press for our discussion because we also realize that it's not only the engineer that they are adopting and using the standard. He or she is adopting it and using it for a client or for the public who may not be engineers. So two sides, the public and the engineering family, they must be at synergy because we have the case where as an engineer you want to design the standard, but your client is looking at cost, looking at how to cut balance, and then you always have friction. And then you have the incident of collapse. It's just because standard you are not followed either by the engineer or the client or both. So, from what the last speaker said, the reason why we invited the president, we want the public to be enlightened that you cannot have the best of infrastructure if you don't follow the standard. The standard is not only for the engineer, for everybody. So if the client who is not an engineer knows that there are standards and he or she demand for the standard, he or she will enjoy services for a long time. I think it makes it easy for promotion. Thank you very much. I think the section for the 2023 is now over. Now the technical aspect comes in, and we appreciate our press to follow us through so that you can really understand why we are here and how you will help us to get to this understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We want to welcome one of our very senior members here, Engineer Debero. And we have our members online. I'm able to mention all your names. You are all recognized. Please, we are just starting. Just keep us online, and the second section for today, that is the discussion. Very much. You are welcome. Thank you.
So we have most of the next session. I think please get set.
I want to mention your questions.
I want
So I say, I
Once again, you are welcome. Once again, you are welcome to today's event, which marks the beginning of 2022 NIMechE chapter engineering. Let us be different, sit down, relax, and enjoy ourselves professionally. At the end of the day, we're going to get results that translate to the betterment of our life, our profession, and Nigeria as a whole. Don't forget, our team is get it right, adopt standards. That's our thing. It will be living in our minds how to maintain standards so that we can get it right once again in Nigeria. Thank you. Get it right, adopt standards.
Yes. Engineer Oyedepo.
The technical session is about to start. Is this hang on my? The technical section on piping is about to start. Please, let us.
Hello, sir.
Okay. No problem. Okay. Okay. I will get my phone number so that you can communicate.
Slide 2.
Yes. Okay.
Wow, what's that?
I will see how we.
So our special day was just
One pen from hello. Yes, sir. I'm a parent sister. Okay, I'm a parent sister. All right. And that's what I'm saying.
Wọ́n wà ó ti wọ̀n lálàáfíà. Good morning, everybody. I welcome you to this session, the first technical session of the NIMechE Engineering Week. We will be one of our partners, Iberi, and the engineer Michael. We will be giving a technical session on the importance of plumbing and piping in building. Today, everybody actively want to welcome our people from the plumbing industry that are here. We say very good thank you. And there are also people that are online should please follow as they will be delivering so that we can get the website standard Once again, we welcome you to this NIMechE and NIMechE.
Thank you very much. My name is so this is I think employment facilities. I work for Spirit Nigeria Limited. Spirit is a Swiss firm that pioneers sanctuary available on the market. So it's a Swiss firm. They are the pioneers of concealed system. It's our tradition to talk about just a brief introduction about the company so that we can have a background. So the company this is the number of experience. Yes, 140 years of experience. We founded in 1974 in Switzerland. The European leaders in science, technology, and we have international worldwide areas. This is the kind of story of the company from inception to date. So this is up to 2020. The innovation has been going on from inception. That is the founder, as Gilbert is the founder. You can see in 1952, first delivery plastic system was produced. In 1956, we started the drainage system. Gilbert has a long history about piping. Now, these are the three production areas. They are the pioneers of concealed system. We have the piping system. We do both supply and piping, and we also do sanitary bathroom system. I love this picture because it tells you about water supply to building, the use, the features, and the drainage from the building. Now, the logos we have by this end is to show the companies that Gilbert has acquired. I'm sure we are all familiar with Twyford Sanitary Ware. Gilbert has acquired Twyford for the past 4 years now. If you go to Twyford site now, you see Twyford Gilbert. I remember there was a time I came here for a presentation. I can't remember we came, I think it's one of the offices here. We were seated and somebody came around who was talking about Twyford China and Twyford India. You know, if you were in an advanced country, you would have arrested that person at that point in time because Twyford is from UK. So we are talking about standard. One of the steps I believe we can take for standard to be maintained is that the organization controlling standard should, do their job properly. And government should give them the power to really enforce. Our chairman talked about enforcement, which is key. To really enforce that products of right standard are installed. I think a few years ago, I went to Ghana. I met some Nigerian installers there. They told me that you can't just go to their market and buy anyhow. But here, anything goes in Nigeria. Anything goes. So, Gilbert has acquired, and I want to tell you that One of our colleagues from UK came to Nigeria. This person has worked with tripod for over 20 years. They brought down original tripod, they put it side by side with fake tripod. He couldn't differentiate. That is how good our people have perfected the art. How about if we use this knowledge to make the original, I mean the fake, look very close to the original, to perfect it? I'm sure it will produce a lot of jobs for people, and Nigeria will, in the market, will do something great. And my belief is that Nigeria will be great again. Because I remember those days, just as during the press briefing, she asked about vehicles that were done in Nigeria. And our former chairman, he gave examples of, what he to experience then. We hope those days will come back again. So we also do different sanitary wares and also children's sanitary wares. We also do products for public and semi-public areas, touchless products. I'm sure we all remember during COVID that the product in vogue was touchless, hygiene. But touchless is not only to avoid COVID or anything. It's mainly for hygiene. Because when you use a restroom, especially in a public area, the person that used the restroom last don't know the level of hygiene of the person. So that's why you see some areas, like some hotels, public areas in some hotels, the common areas, you see some of the products there are touchless products, or you have people stand back to clean so that the level of hygiene can be maintained. So these are also additional features we have on our products, because I brought this so that we can have a physical feel of the concealed can. Some of us that are plumbers in the house, I don't know, you must have seen this. So the woman from the press was asking me some questions, and the picture, it says, speaks 1,000 words. When you have a picture, if I'm talking to you now and you see the picture of what I'm saying, it becomes clear. That's why we're going to have a practical session for the plumbers in the house, and maybe some of us are having interest about this product. Though this is branded billboards, but the technology for concealed system are same. Other options we have for our trigger, which is where you follow the see. So that's just a brief introduction about our products and what we do. For today's topic, we want to look at piping and plumbing, or plumbing and piping, the significance in facilities. What is piping? Piping is any system that conveys and be a system or an item that conveys fluid, be it liquid or gas. The way is just there, but the pipe is to convey from where it is coming to a safe place, either for disposal or for treatment. You know, a part of a plumbing piping, but we will also be. I just put in process piping so that we can differentiate, the piping of plumbing for sanitary wares for buildings with the piping for industries. You can see the history of piping, which was shown there. Now we look at process piping. This is a system that moves gases, chemicals, water, and other fluids. We all know some industries, their connection of pipe, those are not moving, they are not supplying water for use and drainage out of the network. They convey chemicals or some other things at the right pressure and at the right quantity to the point of use so that they can achieve the desired result. These are some of the industries where piping, is being used. So plumbing, significance of plumbing and piping facilities. About these significance, we'll touch some areas. I know I can't touch everything. Some of us might even have some other ideas that is not put down. But at the end, I'm going to some of our products that we've designed and manufactured for piping, for sanitary. At the end, so that we can learn one or two things. Because whether we like it or not, technology is evolving. Technology is evolving. Like a fitting that I brought here. If we've seen before, because fitting has been since, let's just be fair, since 60s in Europe. I just got to know about it. I think in 2018 or so, they call it the software fitting. Because our company, one of the aim of delivery is to bring innovation. We always want to stand out from others. That is how we came about. So drainage system, and it is putting single star drainage vision. I remember one of the speakers who talked about if you have just a single star. I know some of us that are consultants or have been in the industry and we ask, oh, how do you bend the system? You can bend through the roof. How about other fluctuation in the system? This meeting has captured that. So, significance of plumbing that we may know or we may not. I start with plumbing saves energy. Because the continuous advancement has introduced more and more energy efficient systems. Not only even in plumbing. So many things in the world today are being improved. There's innovation, energy saving, material saving. Because delivery is a sweet spot. One of the things, and in Europe, they don't have the luxury of land as we have here. So they are particular about construction. You see, in some countries, they don't have. So about it, more particular about it. And one of the reasons why this came into existence is to save water. Have the happen before the small job. But with this type of time, you have the opportunity, you have the option to either use now 6 or 3 liters. Compared to 9 liters, you save 3 liters. So some of us, what is 3 liters? But for a hotel where water is treated, chemicals are gone, they look at all that cost and they see, oh, we need to buy something that can save us material. So essentially, it's also save energy. It's also saves material. Plumbing provides jobs. It provides jobs. Some of us are engaged today, employed today, have a means of livelihood today because of this. It provides job and a means of livelihood for a lot of people. You see, until I came into the industry and had experience and encounters with plumbers, I never really appreciated what that profession is about. Until, and I'll give it to good plumbers, that are on the field doing jobs to stand out. I want to go to them because why growing up, why learning as a young engineer, came across some plumbers. You know, it's a different thing. You know, the field is a different ballgame entirely. And experience is key. You can't do that. I have to humble myself. I remember on the site, once I get the site, I take off my clothes. I wear the site clothes. Because the plumber told me, you want to learn. I was an engineer in graduate. You have to some issues that related to that because my boss had one or two issues with them. So they said, we are not working now. Please work. It's okay. For us to work, I have to put all this clothes. And the truth is that I learned a lot from them. And what I learned from them, I refined it. And when I left that job, I went to apply in a consulting firm. And I would give it to those guys. Some of the things I learned from them was what helped me to get the job in the consulting firm. But what they tell me, oh, this is, you know, when we say 45 men, they will say they might call it elbow, they might call it something. I'll go back in the evening after, you know, interaction with them. I'll take my book, I'll check it, check the correct name, and with that. So I want to give it to good plumbers. Plumbing is a very important profession. Very important. We all know you won't appreciate it until you have leakage in your building. And you know what I will do for the fact of this resistance? What I have been leaking here, and you know, it will be going around looking for where is the path that I can come out from. People that are bad, serious, I mean, it might be serious, but it might not be minor, but because you can't resolve it, continuous. So, plumbing is a very important profession, and I like the team adopting the standard. You know, I've met good plumbers. And also, maybe another time, if you have the opportunity, we'll look at the reasons why people do substandard plumbing works. Because I've met some good plumbers. I know a guy, he will never do an installation the wrong. He will tell you, I'm not doing. And such are the people because I have a target to train at least 100 plumbers every year on our products. When customers are looking for plumbers that are reliable, there are some set of guys that can call. It's not everybody that can call. Why? Because this company is a Swiss firm. They have a standard. And no matter anywhere in the world, whether it's an African country, you must maintain that standard. So we look for plumbers that are good enough to uphold that standard. I'm not saying we don't have, I tell you, we have, you know, I said expatriate. I've met expatriates that when I confront them with my experience and my expertise, some of them shake. Because you can't rule out experience. It's only what you don't, I mean, what you know. But what you don't know, somebody knows, and you see talking with authority. I've trained them, and some of them will sit down quietly, they will listen, because I know what I'm saying. So, expatriates, what do they do? Some of them, it's not that at times are people, you know, somebody once told me, he said, after training some plumbers to install like this properly, he comes back, he was an expatriate, he comes back and he sees that the plumber has done it the other way around. He will not ask him, why did he do it this way? He said, the plumber will say, I think. And the man called him and he said, you are not paid to think, you are paid to install. No, I would subscribe totally to that. Somebody should think. But you can only think and improve of something you know the purpose for which, I mean, it is done that way. Now, for example, if I look at it, I say, oh, I installed it this way. This is the reason why it is done this way. If I can get another way of doing it to achieve the same purpose but better, then I can be talking. But you don't know why it is done that way. You don't ask questions, you don't listen the other way around. So, plumbing provides comfort and convenience. Comfort. Now we have hot water, even some of these jacuzzis, you know, there are some medical treatment, you just need water at the right pressure. Comfort, convenience. You want to ease yourself, you are at the comfort of your home. Even some, you know, I went to there was a bank job we did. After doing the design, the MD said, no, I want my toilet design specially. So he got a special. So the restroom is taking another level. Comfort, and it provides better air quality. You might wonder how does is plumbing fine, HVAC, HVAC is part of, piping, there's piping part of it. But another way we can know that this provides better air quality and it will put strain on the HVAC system is if there's leakage in the building, if the plumbing work is done properly, of course, humidity will be under control. But if there's leakage somewhere and humidity, it will put strain on the HVAC equipment. So with proper plumbing, you can get, those of us that have had more issues with plumbing or the other, we know that if your plumbing system has an issue, you know that yes, until it's resolved, your mind will not be at rest. Even in some buildings, water, when it gets into some structures, it can weaken the structure of those buildings. So I know the few have said we might have one or two significance of plumbing facilities that I've not mentioned. But I would also want to present how NIMechE has contributed to the significance of plumbing in facilities through their products. That's what we follow. Now, this is the consist system. You can see the other one by the side, what we are used to is called the closed couple WC. Why this is the warm WC with a consist system in the wall. Now you can see from this end, it shows that when you take away the warm WC and you install the consist system, you save 25% space in front of the hole. So some of us, that might be because we have land here, but where land is scarce, developers nowadays, they want to make use of every space. So for somebody that has 25%, in thinking of it, okay, 25%, maybe 5 or 10 places, and create another restroom for it, which is more money for it. Because you can also see hygiene. The close couple behind by the pedestal there, you can see, some of us can see it. You can see up there, rodents, cockroaches, and hide behind. But with the warm, that is eradicated. And with the warm, you only install, you only see what you need to use. You only need to see the bowl, you can trade off it. You don't need to see the tank. And talking about hygiene, the lady was asking when she was like, how can you prevent snakes from hiding the length that snakes hide in the bowl of WC? I said, well, there's a trap in the WC, whether wall hung or floor standing. So if a snake gets into the trap, you can't remove the trap because the trap serves a purpose to prevent foul air from coming into the building. But with a ring-free WC, this is what we call ring-free. There's no ring. Hygiene. Jets cannot hide inside the room. Also, urinals. Like I just went there to ease myself to use the urinal bowl. I could see a urinal with ring. This is a ring-free urinal. So hygiene is one of the things our company is pushing with our sanitary products. Now, but what we have there, the seat cover, we call it quick release seat. Some of us in our homes where we have WC, we can't remove the seat cover ourselves. The trend now is that you should be able to remove the seat cover yourself. Just put it out, clean under, and drop it back in. It has a kind of magnet. That is the new trend. Not only in buildings, also many sanitary manufacturers now. Because hygiene is key to them, and to us too is key. When we live in an environment that is very clean, diseases and all those things are reduced to the barest minimum. This is also about water saving and aesthetics. Also 6 and 3 liters is what we use for all our consultants. And the one, some of us, we've been on project, you see that some green standard, they are looking for water to manage water. They are looking for water, system that will use less water. They are looking for a system that will use less water. Some are looking at 4 liters for the big flush and 2 liters for the small flush. Hotels and facilities where water is being treated, they are changing some of their systems to this. And one of the advantages, the lifespan of this tank, the life expectancy of this tank is a minimum 10 years. All other things being equal, you don't need maintenance until 5 years. Or if you have dirty water with iron content, you might need to do maintenance maybe after a year or 2. And what is the maintenance? It's just to bring out the flush valve, wash the base, because there's a seal where iron will gather to prevent the valve from closing properly. And the beautiful thing about it is that when that valve is prevented from closing properly, water cannot come out of the tank, it only come out from the bowl. And once you observe that water is coming out continuously from the bowl, you know that yes, something is wrong. And one good thing about this is that somebody that is technically inclined, you can do it yourself without calling a trainer. Because inside this tank, there are just 2 items: the fill valve and the flush valve. Also, this is odor extraction system that we have. I do something. I want to tell us this, because when I learned this, when I saw this technology, I learned something. What does this do? This extracts odor from your bowl. Do you know why some toilets smell? If you have plenty of water, you can reduce the smell in the toilet. When I go to the toilet, what do? I go to do the big job. Because what does this do? The smell that we perceive comes from the bowl. Why? Because it is only when we are done that we flush. So while you are still in the toilet, the smell will go around because they are waste. So what does this do? It sucks from the bowl. There's a fan at the top. It treats that foul smell and discharges fresh air. This is yes. It's. I want to tell you something. I will say it's a you go to the toilet, you do the big job. Before you finish, if you have plenty of water, if you flush, before you finish, as you do the job, you have plenty of finish. Then go again. Another time, finish your job and flush, you see the difference. What happens is that when we are doing the big job, of course, the smell is a waste. But what this product does is that we're using the foul smell from the bowl. The tank, this is the bowl, the seat. Okay, sorry, the seat. It sucks it. It sucks it and treats it and discharges fresh air. There's a fan which is it. Yes. That's the right word. Convention takes place. Okay, sir. Yeah.
Like that. There are some limits. So that's what you call convention.
Thank you very much. So you see, that is the right word, convention. Air movement. The stay air is soft, is treated while fresh air replaces it. I'll still going to. Okay. Now, about building drainage. Give it as, because we want to be unique from others. We don't want to follow the people are doing, okay, what people are doing, we want to improve, we want to stand out. Give it came about their own solution for drainage. Single stack system. Those of us that know what single stack, I don't know, we is a single stack. In our buildings, we have the toilet, the waste to connect to a stack, which is super. We have single, double. In double, you have soil and you have waste. I mean, the double is connected to the soil, while the wash basin is connected to the waste. Because some people want it that way, especially that you have use. At times when you have double stack, you might not need a separate vent stack. You might just need a vent through the roof. But with David, we decided, okay, what can we do? Because in a pipe, for example, in our maybe our soil pipe connected to the stack, there are three things in that stack. You have the solid waste, you have the liquid water, and you have air. And what takes most, so that the waste can move, air takes a lot of space in the pipe. So I want to show us how this. Now, we call this a solvent fitting. We call it a solvent fitting. Now, it has 6 connection ports. Connect from here, 110, 75, 75, 75, 110, 110. And the riser, if we look at this, this shape is intentional. Because so that the pipe can, the fluid can turn. You know, because I work for this company, there are certain things in their videos, in their products that I try at home. For example, you take a keg of water, you have one keg with you, you want to fill another keg, you have a funnel. If you pour the water directly, the water will go up. If you pour it at an angle to the funnel, it will rotate and it will go faster. So that is why this is shaped this way. This 110, this pipe is made from AGP. This fitting is made from AGP. This 110 pipe can take the same load as a 150. So you see that same, so we're having 150 units, 110, we do the same load. We do it with even some factor of safety. So how can I use this without a vent? Now, if we look inside this, there are openings here. Now, this is how fluid works. So, I mean, how it moves in the pipe. Based on, assuming I flush, there's water coming from off. And this is connected to another WC. Why we have issues with our system here? You know, if it's normal system, they'll use a T to connect. But this fitting, the water coming from off, we have no issue with the water coming from here because it is partition. The water coming from off, we go its own way. The water coming from here, go its own way. And air, you know, as if you know water will not stay true. You find a way. But if you have a T, everything is connected. You need a separate stack. So inside here, there are connections, there are openings, so that fluid coming or waste coming from one side does not disturb the other. And as it goes, because one of the reasons why this can carry the same capacity, what I mean by capacity, low, I mean the number of sanitary ways you can connect to this is what you connect to what a 150 mm PVC. Why this is just 110. So if you decide, oh, the problem is drainage, the major thing that makes our pipe to be big is that air, there must be enough air in the system. So if there's enough air in the system, what can we do so that the air too will not be affected and things flow properly? So they came out with this meeting because it is so many people. So with it, waste, fluid coming from here goes here. Air, there's always air in the system. Air can find its own way to go to the top. At the top of the roof, it is vented. You vent it through the roof. Or vent or a waste tank. This has to be connected on all floors for high-rise building so that you can get the benefit of this system. Now, this is part of,
Excuse me. For this, you can't use it as conduit. If you said you want to move, it's either it's need to be in the duct.
yes,
Because of the multiple.
because it's mainly for staff. What is saying? Okay,
practically. The only if in a design that doesn't have a box, you can't use this particular fitting. You know, you tell us. Okay.
So
And again,
you can't use it in the wall when you are draining from the along the wall.
if you can have your pipe, if you can have your pipe exposed, have it exposed. The pipe just made from the same material. It's just to get better efficiency.
and again, what you just told us, yes. If we have the singular pipe,
Okay.
what you just said that if you want to run those pipes, yes, so to have easy access. We can also use 45. The mistake though most plumber is use tip instead of 45. And that 45 will also do the job you are saying.
You are right, you can also use 45. But 45 will not achieve. Look at the distance between here and here. 45, it will take some distance. You understand? It's not just like this. You know, it's a pipe.
Yes.
45 will take, you have to, maybe you have to use 245.
You see this place, as for me, I think this is the line coming back. This one is because it's not like
But 45 is a fitting. 45 fitting that we're talking about. This is a single item and those multiple connections. So 45, you need so many 45. You know, if you have maybe around 3 or 4, you need 45 coming from here. And for proper plumbing, you don't have to install them, you don't have to connect them at the same point. You understand? But with this, these are factors. So this is a bit bigger than the conventional fitting. But it has brought everything together.
Excuse me, sir.
Let us
This is for WC and yes. But we know that in our design, this is always at top of the WC. So how could this work?
please note it down. There is question later.
So
How affordable? The question. How much does it cost versus total number of whites and connectors? I could have used to the same number of pipes.
okay. the solvent fitting, you don't usually keep. I think it's about the system. We sell it with the pipe because it's made from HDP. Apart from the fitting, those of us that have worked with HDP before, we know HDP is in Nigeria. HDP to me is just like when PPR came, when we were having PPR, and PPR was a reliable material. The joint was reliable. So also HDP is welded. It's not blue. It's welded. So we don't sell fitting, we sell a system. So we sell it with, well, I think it's roughly 15 or so, 15 or so. But we don't sell a fitting, we sell a complete system. And one thing about our drainage solution again is that we do designs because this is a flyer for an improved version of our drainage solution. This is just part of it. Now, we call this the space gate saving system. We call this super tube. Some of these things I'm telling us and I'm showing up, they are available on YouTube. You know what interesting thing about our products and some of these products is that after we have done computer calculation, computer simulation, we do live testing. So, for example, this one, after designing this product, our own warehouse, multi-million euro factory, we tested the product on it. We built additional and we tested it, and we got the results too. Has 3 fittings. The solvent fitting, we call this bottom pump bed, and we call this back bed. If we observe from the flyer, this pipe can go 6 meters without a slope. At 0 slope. It's not just saying, you can't just bring out anything in Europe or in developed countries and you won't be able to justify it. I have a video with me, also available on YouTube, that after computer simulation design, live testing was done. And the result, after 6 meters, we need a slope. But for the first 6 meters, provided, there are conditions. I would just say, you must have the solvent fitting, you must have the bottom bend, you must have the back bend. This, as a result of, some of us have seen buildings where you have offset like this. The soil part is coming and you need to divert in so that it can drop. For normal convention system, 6 meters, let's look at the slope it will take. Apart from this system can take the capacity, same capacity of a 150, a 110 of this system, and say 150 PVC. You can go 6 meters from here to here without the slope. Because we started with the solvent system. After the solvent, we improved upon it. This is a new innovation. So the product we push in Liberty for drainage, we are looking at single stack. And you can see, as I said, while showing on the solvent, this is what to achieve speed and to be able to take in more load. The fitting also serves as a speed breaker. That's why you must have the solvent on all floors. Because if you don't control the speed of the water, there's an air system for ventilation. It will affect you, and you can just see from your bowl, the trap. It can either drain the trap or you see water gushing from the bowl. Not out, but you just hear some sound. The fitting has taken care of that. I want to show us one interesting thing about this fitting. In countries where this has been installed, there has been great savings. In short, it is found out that this system saves you 40, horizontal and 20% space. These are having 3 stars in the plot. Now, instead of having a slope with UPVC, you have a system that you don't need a slope for the next 6 months. From calculation, we saw that can amount to 40% of space. On some projects, they've been able to save a whole floor. Assuming, okay, the headroom I need is 600 mm. Because of my slope, or because of the pipe I have in the ceiling, I need to bring it down additional 300. Assuming you have a 10-story building and you save 300 mm on each floor, look at what that would be. 300 times 10. That's already 3 meters, which is roughly the height of the floor. So apart from space, it also saves you. And the installation. One beautiful thing about this, which the question I'll be expecting, if this is installed at the running high, there is a place where with this at the top, the fitting that we install at the top, that you can, it's not a permanent fitting, but it can come out of this fitting. You put it on me. So once you need to maintain, just take your pipe out, do the clearing, and put it back in. So just as I said, in this program, result of stars, okay, reduction, this project, reduction of staff from 4 to 2 per dot, reduction of material by 40%. Imagine if you reduce the material for piping by 40%. Reduction of installation time by 40%. This is just about HDP. HDP is high density polyethylene material, which has so many wonderful qualities. This just shows the history of periods in HDP. It started from training piping from 1933 up to 2011 when we installed, we invented the 160. So this solvent comes in 110 and 160 size. Now these are the characteristics of our own HDP. In short, when I saw this material, I looked at the characteristics and the mode of joining. Because while the consulting firm, I knew some of the challenges we have with pipes. And not talk of today. If you go to the market today, you can get about 50 or 60 different types of PPs from anywhere. Some are as thick as anything. Just connect them before you know what is happening. It's broken. So the standard is not really there. But with a product like this, look at some of the qualities. It is chemical resistant. That is why in some factories where they have chemicals, make use of chemicals, it is temperature resistant. It can withstand 90 degrees. UPVC cannot do that for a long time. And 100 degrees for a short interval. UPVC cannot do that. Another beautiful thing about HDP is that the film that comes from HDP burning is not toxic like UPVC. Because in fire and buildings, what kills faster is not the fire itself, it's a film, the smoke. Stroke and suffocation. The film from this is not toxic. It's abrasion resistant. It is impact resistant. It is lightweight. It's also UV resistant. You can install it outside the building for as long as you want to change it. You know what happens to UPVC? To become brittle, start breaking.
And the life expectancy of ADP just to be, let's say, 40 years. That's why people that love to plan the long term, initial cost might be high, but look at 40 years. The reliable system that don't, the joints are welded. Now, the pipe sizes, we have sizes from 32 mm to 315 mm. So, and the mode of connection of 8. We have the butt welding. That is why I brought this sample. This is a butt welded joint, which is the first one. The second one is electrofusion coupling. Electrofusion coupling, which is electrofusion welded joint. Okay, the third one is the expansion socket. The expansion socket is what is connected on the socket fitting. The expansion socket. You can also do windings, you can do adapter. So choose any mode of connection that suits you. You know, what benefit of this electrofusion weld is that when you have tight spaces, when you are working in the ceiling, you know, it will be difficult. Especially when some of our plumbers will have to, you know how they join their UPVC, you know, we have to get fire to enlarge it. But you can't do fire in the ceiling. But with this, all you need to do is just connect the two sides, put the probe. It is a machine, electrical machine. Put the probes, and when the weld, the joint is completed, there's a notch that comes up to show that welding complete. So you can prefabricate your connection outside and bring it. You can prefabricate, do your connections outside and bring it. You can see prefabricate. You have to do your connect. There won't be clash of trade. You can do your own video, let the electrical man finish his work so that they won't either or anybody working. Just do your coming, put your pipe, and that's it. Now, this is another drainage solution invented by Gilroy. We call this fluvial system. It's a siphonic roof drainage. The siphonic roof drainage. My first encounter with this system, I wasn't working for the company then. I was working for a consulting firm. And we were to supervise. I don't know if you know 4 Point at Sheraton at Oniru. 4 Point at Sheraton. So I was working for CA consultant. So I was an engineer, we were the M&A consultant supervising. Then the contractor proposed this system. Initially, I was afraid because I've not used this before. I don't think we've used it before in our company. But my colleagues, senior colleagues, seem to have gone through it and he has given approval. And unfortunately for me, he has left the company, so I took over the role for him. So I was running, but I saw that it was a new innovation. I said, let me give it a try. Can you believe since 2010, 4 Point by Sheraton, as big as that group is, they only have 4 outlets and just one dark pipe since 2010. And for me, the chief engineers that have been there, I think about 3 or so, they are my friends. So each time I go there, I still want to check to confirm that is this system still functioning? And the beautiful thing about this also saves, giving those about how to make installation easier to save material. This can take the same volume of liquid as half a conventional fugora. And one funny thing about this, the short piece I pipe from this outlet is usually small. And why is this small? Because of the science and the technology involved. So how does this work? I'll just give us something that we are used to, so that the idea of how this works can really get it. You know, some of us are used to people filling their car. Maybe you run out of fuel, you have a keg, you go to get fuel, and you want to fill your car. You get a hose, you
put the hose in the fuel and you initiate suction. And once the fuel starts coming out, you quickly put it in your car fuel tank. And once the keg is higher than the tank, it will continue to flow. There's no pump to continue to flow until it gets to the base and stops. That is the principle that food drainage adopts. And why the pipe, outlet pipe, the short piece is small, is because the smaller the hose you get, the lesser the suction pressure. I'm sure we know. We have a small hose, then you need to suck. Just suck a little at it. So they just put that principle. Oh, let's develop a little drainage system that can use this principle, save time, save energy, save money, and also be a reliable and durable system. That's how we came about what we call the fluvial system. The siphonic, it sucks. You know, when I tell people it sucks, they ask, where is the pump? There's no pump. Use that principle. So this is the comparing this to conventional roof drainage. Conventional, we have many roof outlets. And given fluvial system, we have few outlets. Conventional, we have many down pipes. With this, we have fewer down pipe, less installation, less services. I tell you 1.5 sharing confirm. There's just one down pipe on that roof, and it has just 4 outlets. And has been since 2010. So it's a system that has been tested. That I have seen and works very well. We have some ongoing projects. We have some projects that have been used. We have some ongoing projects now that have been specified and have been there to check about it. Because of the nature, you have less trenches because you don't have many down pipes. Unlike the conventional, you need a door to conceal your rainwater pipe. You need a trench, you need manholes and intervals to take it. You don't need. And one beautiful thing about this is that horizontal pipe you see, these are outlets. See, these are outlets. Why this is horizontal pipe? We call it collector pipe. This can be as long as 100 meters without the slope. And one of the questions people have asked me is that, oh, if your short piece is small, have a blockage. Because it sucks. Because I have some videos, it takes the depth along. So there's no point for blockage in this system.
Question. The next question. No, like the question of online use of maintenance.
Even not having the solvent, because of the nature of HDP, maintenance, because it's abrasive resistant. The way the material is, it's not possible for something to put and stop inside. It's abrasive resistant. So maintenance is reduced to a minimum. And with this, that you have the expansion socket on it. Instead of having running iron, creating a shaft where you need to, all you need to do is just take away the pipe from the expansion socket, run through this fitting, and put your pipe back. So maintenance is not a problem at all. And because of the way this fitting is done, items will not stay inside. Solid will not stay inside because the turn pushes it as it goes. Another thing I want to say about this fluvial system, even our super tube, we do the design, especially this one, the solvent system. I mean, the fluvial system, we do the design in-house. Because of the nature of that system. I don't know if some of us here we've heard of FM200. You know FM200. You know, after the consultant has done manual calculation, they take the material to people that consolidated report. That means they use a software to generate the report. So the final design is not the manual design. It is what comes from the consolidated report. That is how the roof drainage, psychological drainage works. Because if you design a roof drainage
that is not effective, you know, sure, roof drainage can do a lot of damage. So because of that, you have a roof area. Land is mainly for large surface area, maybe for 2,000 square meters and above. If you have such a roof, that is for factories, maybe for hotels, for industries, you have such a project. You contact us, we just tell you, send us the roof area, send us the floor below, and send us your drainage channel on the ground floor, and we'll do the design for you free of charge. Because it's a product we are still trying to push into the market. It's not that it's not effective. So that when people are set, and because of the sensitivity of the product, you know, we do the design ourselves. We have a software that generates design. And it doesn't only generate the design, it also generates the material needs, the number of joints. All the engineer needs to do is just calculate the roof area, just as we calculate conventional roof drainage. You know, we get our roof area, rainfall intensity, you do your design, you place your outlet, you go through that process. Then you now insert that into the software. If where you have placed your outlet, it's not going to work. The software will tell you it's not going to work. So we will advise you, put it elsewhere. So as you place it, it won't take time. All you need to do, what we do, just regenerate. It's not that you start placing no. We just regenerate the software. Once you regenerate, it will size all the pipes. So it's a system that does complete design, provided, you know, they say garbage in, garbage out. Provided what you have put in is what is based on the criteria you have. It is sized to the last, to the smallest. So it's a perfect system. This is also the super tube we talked about, the space. As I said, 6 meters, you can go without stool. After 6 meters, you must have a stool. It's a system, as I said, you must have a solvent fitting, the bottom don't bend, the backflip bend. They are all designed in such a way to turn the feet. We can't see this very well, but this is trying to tell us, we can see. That 80% tells you that with this system, it saves you 20% vertically, horizontally, it saves you 40% because you don't need a slope for the first 6 meters. You can see at the top, it says increase of net floor area and movement with delivering super tube. That means your net floor area. Vertically, you can save 20% of your space. Imagine you have that in so many cases. Horizontally, you can save 40%. Imagine you have that on many floors. Your net floor area will increase. So these are the 2 things. Now, this is a comparison of 3 systems. The first one is the Vivid Super Tube. The second one is the solvent, and the third one is the conventional roof drainage. It's a bend. Now, after comparing, you can see that the first one, 110, the second one, that is the diameter of the main stack, is 110, while the third one, which is conventional, is 160 or 158. Now, the second item said diameter of vent stack. For the super tube, not required, you don't need it. For the solvent system, not required. For the conventional, need a 90 degree, a 90 mm vent. Now, the third point there on the line, the capacity of a 110 solvent is 12 liters per second. The capacity of a different solvent, you know, this is a super tube. The difference between solvent and a super tube is that solvent only has solvent fitting in the system, while a super tube has a solvent fitting, a bottom top bend, and a backflip bend. So that's the difference. This solvent fitting, and we can see that for the solvent fitting, we have 12 liters without stack offset.
Those of us that are into consulting, we know that for us to calculate the size of our staff, we need to get the discharge unit of the sanitary waste. We calculate them, we multiply them by a factor, we take the square, and we get. So that is how those values were arrived at. And we can see for the conventional, we see that the conventional is a bit higher than that of the super 2. It is 12.4. But 1, we need a slope. 2, we need a bigger pipe. 3, we need a bent stack. But it is 12.4. When you have a parallel bent, you have looked at the picture very well, you see that there's a bent beside that. It's a pressure relief pipe offset and end of stack. For a super tube, you don't need a pressure relief pipe. For a solvent, we need it. For conventional, not required. The reason why it is not required is because we have a bent. I remember in those days, my consulting days, we used to talk about light diameter elbow at the base of the stack. That is to cushion the load, the effect of the load. Just put our elbow there. The load coming from the stack can break the elbow, but with that light diameter elbow, it can reduce the speed and it helps you to transmit easily. But with a solvent, you need a pressure relief vent. So, slope in horizontal pipe, 0% up to 6 meters, up to 12 meters per second. After 6 meters, which is greater than 6 meters, you have 0.5 to 5%. Why slope in solvent? 0.5, because you need a slope. And the capacity 5.6 meters. Why for the conventional system you need a slope? Different slopes required for different volume based on the volume of the waste. Quickly, I'll just go through our water supply pipes. Here it has water supply pipes that are, they study the environment, the requirement of industries and homes and plumbing systems, and that's how we came about this. The one by this side is called the NIMechE system. It's a multi-layer product, and I brought the sample of this. It's a multi-layer. It comes in rows. It comes in length. Our multi-layer product, you can bend them. You need issues for some sizes, small sizes. So this other one is called the MapPress. You can see some of the advantages. Pressing, stable and flexible corrosion resistant. Not because it's multi-layer. Corrosion resistant. Plastics, they don't corrode. And so it's multi-layer. High resistance to pressure can withstand 16 pounds. Pipes and fittings identically sealed. The mode of connection of joining. Suitable for drinking water quality. Adapters for fabric insulation area. You can also see this MapPress. So this is the history of NIMechE. Started from 1992 till date. There has been improvement on it. And it comes in different sizes also. The largest diameter of that is 75 mm. And this is what I just showed us. You can see internal PE, bonding agent, aluminum, bonding agent, and protective jackets. And this is the MapPress. This is made from metal. We have MapPress in stainless steel. We have it in carbon steel. And look at applications: potable water, treated water, extinguishing water, firefighting sprinklers, cooling water, and so on and so forth. That is for the stainless. For the carbon steel, you can see where it can be used. We also have it in copper. This lower one is the one I really
No. It can be used in salty environment without corrosion. So I went to somewhere around the place is close to the sea. In short, that was the first time I saw a final boat the wall. The one told me our generators are falling to a product. I said, our product are we saw that the hangers, because it's close to the hangers are gone. And unfortunately, there. Corrosion. So for this knife, you can install it in salty environment and it's corrosion. Like this is the services we offer, all inclusive. For me, I have the target of training a minimum of 100 plumbers every year since 2017. Every year, I train a minimum of 100. And a lot of them have installed so many people. There's a guy working on Madison Anchorage on Kuzumba. He came for our training after he has worked in the industry for came for our training, and we recommended him. And he's doing the job for them there. They are renovating some places. They go to the groups. So I have a target of 20 plumbers, 100 plumbers every year, a minimum of 100. At times it can get to 150 or more than that on our products. And nobody's an island of knowledge. I've learned from plumbers. But also when I'm training plumbers, I also tell them, see, products are changing. It's not what it used to be. There might be one or two things. For example, our flush valve. We just changed our flush valve this year. It's not totally different from what it used to be, but there are some changes. And one of the changes is that it's now smaller. Because to maintain this tank, you maintain through this opening. And there's a way of bringing out the items inside. So what we get feedback from installers. Oh, can't you make your flush valve smaller so that when bringing it out, it comes? And we look at the idea, present it to the management, and when they look at it, it's a good idea, then we work on it. So why training? I tell them the training is not because they don't know the product. The training is to make sure they are up to date with new development in the product. I've seen some funny installations. And for me, even one of you are told, if you don't have an idea of something, tell the person I'll get back to you. By getting back, you can do your research for some installers, some I would say, because I've met some wonderful plumbers and you see their installation. I've met some plumbers that I don't even need to train them. I'm just sending installation videos. And when I go to inspect, I will be very, very impressed. Some, for example, we have a standard of installing this tank. There was a time I went to Abuja, I met an installer. I said, okay, this is what we do when installing this tank. Did you do that? He said, no. How do you install your own? Because he might have an idea and it might be to achieve the same result. And the guy told me, okay, I measured my soil pipe from my finished plot to this side. I measured this side. I said, okay, fine. Let's compare your method with our own method. We arrive at it. And no funny enough, we arrive at the same thing. So it's good to get ourselves updated. And I also want to advise us. Information is available on YouTube. That even all these products, even there are some videos that our company manufacturing the product have not produced that users have produced that has even helped me the results of YouTube. So let's avail ourselves the YouTube. So these are some of the things we do. We train, we do after sales service. And one of our beautiful after sales services is that 25 years after we stop manufacturing any of our products, we can still get spare parts. I mean, let's assume we stop manufacturing this product today. 25 years later,
get a spare part for those products. So those are some of the services we, after sales, service, availability of spare parts. Second to the last. Yes. So these are some of the things we do. Specification and design. Just as I said, on our training system, we do design for the time. You have to have a training solution. Just send us the floor plan or send us the training design. Then we'll now do value engineering. Take your design, improve upon it using our own system and send to you. And the design is at no fee at all. But we're not going to do the whole floor work, just the typical battery. Then you have to give you the cost. You use the cost to multiply the sanitary, the installation of the office. You see that? Because apart from the design, apart from the material, it also saves you time and some other things. So we also do trainings, we do support materials, we do logistics, after sales service. So here we just want to show that some of our products are Bluetooth compatible. For example, the dual press, the one that extracts odor from your bowl, you can control it with your phone. You can diagnose this with your phone. You don't even need the plumber as a user. After the plumber has done the installation, you just diagnose. Is the fan running properly? Is the speed right? And you can also, we have mirrors that can use your phone to activate, check the light, the intensity of the light. And these are projects where our products have been installed. We have Standard Chartered Bank head office, Metropolitan Hotel, Evercare Hospital, Lapo. We have Eye of Lagos, Grand Towers, 4 Point by Sheraton. We have Civic Towers, also have Marriott Hotel. There's many more. Where our product has been installed and they are enjoying the benefit of this product. I was at Sheraton in Kenya and I saw one of our, I myself, I don't even know that time because I joined the company since 2016. It was Faucet, pneumatic, and the guys are still using it. I was also at the hotel in VI, and the installer working there said, this thing for the past 15 years, they have mastered the art of maintaining that product without even contacting us. Those are some plumbers that are so innovative. They've studied product. Even the guy I met at Sheraton, Kenya, he understands the product so well because I myself have to calm down because it's an old product. I don't even know. But he has been using it, he knows the part into it. So I want to thank you for your attention. Before answering the questions, this times will be a practical section for those of us that are interested. I will explain to us how to bring out the fill back, the flush back. When we observe some things about the tank and the bowl, what we can quickly do. Even if it's an emergency, you are not a plumber, at least the worst case, how users can learn how to lock so that water will not continue to waste the home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer NIMechE. Let's appreciate you. Yes, I think it's time for questions. Now, some people have already raised their hands when we stopped at that time. I didn't hear anyone. Those who want to ask questions the other time. Yeah, set up. Okay, so let's give okay, number 1, number 2, number 3. Okay, number 1. Good afternoon, everyone.
I just want to appreciate you. Before I go on, I just want to ask you a question. I want to make us almost housing the and it's so surprising that you have not captured LSDBC in your area to really see how president is marketing data in LSDBC. We also welcome the partnership in this regard because we take pride in quality products and then we like to partner with the vendors that will be coming around. We ask them to drop their proposal with us and then thereafter we invite them for presentation and demonstration. And then also encourage them to in-house plumbers. You know, part of the product portfolio is also to train plumbers. So we also welcome you in that regard and we appreciate also from the proposal that we partner with us in our quest to deliver quality products. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sit down, because question and answer session. But we can take that about. But we didn't invite only every of this discussion. Also, officially invited LSDBC. They are stakeholders in the building industry. But he said they are number one in Africa. So I know of Lagos before. Now he says not only in Nigeria but in Africa. So great. What we hear from you? So let us let's learn something from you. Is it after the question? I'll take your own. Thank you, sir. Number 2.
Thank you very much. While you are making your presentation, you spoke about plumbing in the industry. But not the examples you give of where your products are being. You have always spoken about housing. And I'm more interested in how you find uses of your product. Especially, I like you mentioned people at border time. So those are the type of areas I'm interested in. You have uses of your product in the agro-allied industry. Thank you very much. Because water is life and food must be supported, but especially during the dry season. So that is why I'm interested in the irrigation.
I have done it specifically in 2010. I was able to be part of the team. We installed 5 number items, okay, within 8 years selected in the room. 8 years selected. The installation was without so. Okay. Yeah, I want you to do a bit of demonstration in lighting the house. This appears as let's have a demonstration. Yeah, it is like this. Okay. In the event I have if 2 solvents, I have a tool here. The second choice within the region. I got him all
And your line is online.
Okay. Sanitary water and the okay. Yeah. How do I achieve it? I have observed this. This is where they do. How do
Develop it and want to be above the expansion survey. Take out the pipe. And just as you connect, you have a team that you can connect two sides to. That's how so, but the difference between this is, because air movement is taking care of. You understand? Air movement, it's not like it's totally different from the front wheel. Fashion. To improve the flow. So your question, I don't really, because you are caught here, I have a concern. If I am doing self-promotion, what should I start? You advise.
Please use the mic. You are not hearing, sir.
You advise. Now, I want to do the basic. Using for advice and do the thing is that when the election is coming, so I'm not saying an installation done side by side with live installation design. But in this like what they do, connect this side, but I don't think there's a problem with connecting from this side. Because I have some of my colleagues that have done design and I am working on saying design and pay for production. I believe the installation was started. Why did you talking about building, developing, what I'm saying is side by side to connect those others. You know that talking about two things. So maybe it's important to call it. But the others of calling nobody will have. I've seen that.
Please, people online, they are asking questions. That is the reason, please. Is it coming on? Hello? Engineer Agbola Enka will attend to you, sir.
At least it's not direct. This.
Take your seat.
One of the issues, I want you to put your hand into it. Put your hand into it.
Bring it back.
Some of the challenges we have in staff is here needs to be where the hair go. If hair does not see a path to go, I mean, those are the people that are free to look for the path of this place. It wants to put it there for path. All that upset is air, it's still within the fitting. So it will be stopped, provided there's a place. So when this one, everyone fluid don't go up, air cannot go up. The fluid and solid will go down. So once air sees, it's not like gravity, solid will get. So once you connect it, I'm just looking at practicals. I've done inside this.
Ayola, this thing is not connected.
Yes, we don't start. So that is we don't start.
Please go on. Please ask your question, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Engineer Bola Olayinka. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I want to appreciate the presenter for the topic. He has done a good, has done the justice to the topic. I quite appreciate him, and I appreciate the organizer of this program. Yeah, I have two main concerns here. The first one is that I didn't say the topic properly before, but thank God that the topic is displayed now. So the about piping and plumbing that has to do with building and facilities. So I was thinking that maybe the presenter, the company, and the training has to do with industrial piping, process piping, and the piping that has to do with transportation of hydrocarbon in oil and gas sector. So I don't know if this presentation addressed that, or maybe he has another package that can actually address that, or maybe simply dwelling only on the plumbing and the facility piping. So I would like the presenter to respond to that so that it can actually give us overview of what we are talking about. So then to the general house, or let me say NIMechE, NSA, can we have a division of NSA that will be addressing piping and pipeline engineering, just as we have a NIMechE and other ones, so that we can have a body that will be responsible for piping and pipeline, so that under this one we can have all these industrial piping as well as the facility piping. So those are the two questions that, well, let me say two concerns that I have, and I would be happy that you respond. Thank you once again.
Yes.
We have pipes for industries. That was what we took, what I took toward the end of the presentation. And this is a brochure of that. You can see give it in industries. Our MAPRES and MEPLA pipe, especially the MAPRES pipe, comes in different, we have stainless steel, carbon steel, the one we call MAPE, which treats, excellent product for industries. I remember there was a project a contractor did for a brewery, and they needed a pipe of good quality for such installation. They contacted us, and we are working with them on that. So we have pipes for industries, not just for buildings and facilities, but also for production industry. We have pipes that meet their requirement. And I can send us the link to our website where you can check this and also. So the pipes also for oil and gas can be used. It's for general industry. Pressure-wise, temperature-wise, I mean, chemicals that can withstand, they are all stated in the catalog. Just the overview of the platform, you can see that this meets a lot of industrial standard when it comes to, I mean, moving fluid from one point to another. So that's why we created this program for in industry. So I can send out the link, I can check and be convinced that those pipes meet our requirement. So let me answer. So we have been here. First, I would like to appreciate LSDPC because the estate where I grow, LSDPC, the quality of that building is something. Each time I sit there on that side of each time I look at the building, I say, yes, this is good quality. So, sir, we've been here once, so we didn't have the opportunity to do the follow-up, but we've been here once to just do a little presentation of our product. But now that you have said it, so we are more than willing because I have a target. Anytime you really want us to come, try to pay the plumbers. And training them is not just imposing our own ideas or because it's knowledge sharing. And I have the opportunity, but my colleagues from Europe, they also come here. We rub minds together, we talk about the standard over there. I tell them what we do here, no, we rub minds together. So anytime you want us to come, I will drop my card and through my to us, we come and train the plumbers on do presentation. Also to collaborate with us, we are available. I'll send you our catalogs and brochures. If you see any of our products you are interested in, you can just give us a call. We're just informed. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Is this your card? Is this your online?
Yes. Let's have another presentation.
Is that your website? GB.com.
Thank you, Engineer. I was going to ask a question, but say it in your manual. I was like to ask you about E-pipes. But pipes. So, but now I find that part of your product. The other thing I wanted to correct is about in relation to humidity you mentioned. Because in HVAC, when we talk about cladding, basically because of humidity. So when we talk about convention and transmission of movement of air and water and some other components, that's what we're taking care of. And mostly, was you mentioned that when your piping structure might take care of some of this effect of humidity in buildings. I know that most of pipings, except for areas where they need to do internal piping, is either in the outside or within the duct of the building. So it doesn't take care of. So what I'm only saying is that when it comes to impact, when it comes to humidity, there are some measures to protect against leaks. Thank you, sir.
Look at our website. That's correct. I'm sharing.
I was just talking about general. So why I said you need to know that if piping is not constructed, of course, for this room, if you are to design HVAC for this room, you will design it based on the criteria we have on ground. We'll make provision for additional humidity, additional in the sense of leaking pipe. You know, that's why I was also talking about the benefit of piping, not our product per se. Piping. If piping is not done properly, or if it's not properly, even the HVAC, of course, your system HVAC will work as it ought to, because nothing is disturbing the design. But when something else that is not done properly introduces more humidity than what was captured during the design, of course, it will affect the system. So I didn't really say that piping takes care of it. I just said once it is done properly, humidity will be reduced and be treated according to the impact system designed for it.
Thank you very much. You can have your seat now. Why? The demonstration, but you cannot be doing this at the same time.
Okay. I wanted him to be setting up so that.
It's already set up.
Okay, okay.
So just hold on after this second presentation. We're going to do some practical demonstration of the products they have brought for us. Thank you. So I want to take this opportunity to call on okay, on call. Engineer Tajudeen, who is going to is the team leader for LNDB. They will take the floor and give us a presentation of the next few minutes. Thank you for holding on.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, good afternoon, and other members of the executive committee. My name is Engineer Wasu Chalana, and I was nominated by the MD CEO of the LSDPC to discuss with us as requested by the chapter. And the MD himself, Honorable Joseph Ayodele, also asked me to extend his goodwill to the chapter and then to also wish us a happy celebration. And now is going to be very we are going to look at the topic beyond the operations and the scope of the work of the and then we're looking at the content here as regards some of the items that are listed there, like what is the pipe materials, plumbing system, plumbing materials, plumbing system, the difference between plumbing, piping and plumbing systems and the piping and plumbing systems. What are the significance? Well, I don't want to also overbody on what the pipe or what the pipe is a particular section or learn rules, usually not necessarily the circular section like transfer of these substances which can flow, like liquid gas and gases, solids and other materials. They also know by extension that there are other minutes of pipe that we know that look at figure 8, it's pipe, the tobacco pipe that is used by some of the other. They also have that we have seen what pipes can be, like I've shown you in the pictures there. From item 1 to we can have we can have a flexible pipe and all dimensions and change. Look at because I think how big the pipe is sometimes. Next slide, please. From different materials we have different. And then pipes are also from the concrete, ferrous materials, ferrous metals, non-ferrous metals, asbestos, cement, stoneware, and others that also have composite pipes. What we mean by composite pipes are multi-layer pipes, just an example that by indicated. Now, when we look at plumbing system, we all know that basically in electricity, what we do more concerns the use of piping system is about plumbing system. And then we know that plumbing system are pipes and fixtures are installed in buildings. And actually, that electricity is a property development. And then we also involve more this area of application of pipes. And then we know that plumbing also conveys use for a wide range of applications using water supply, distribution pipes, and other inline components that can also pump it. And then we know that even for sprinklers, fire suppression systems, and other removal and things of other systems. And then these are examples of plumbing systems in building. So what we can only have the plumbing system is in the building. And these are samples of how plumbing system works. You can see the fittings there. One can see some of the appliances that are connected to water supply with the system. Next slide. And then so there are some other plumbing materials that are used, some of the things that we use to make plumbing materials, like PVC, the water supply, water pipes, and the utility pipes. Next. Yeah. So plumbing system is a network, assembly, or complete interconnection of pipes, including inline components like fittings, flanges, valves, pumps, heat exchangers, and the rest of others that we use in electricity. And they also have piping systems are basically the activities of our industries, processes, and contribution of piping systems are essential in industrialized society. The plumbing network, pipe network, supply water at your home in a common example of piping system. Other more rigorous examples include the steam piping and the rest of other. So this is an example of a piping system.
Okay.
Yeah, so what we mean by piping system? So this is an example of piping system, especially what we have in the industry. It can be as complex as this. And then some of the piping systems also accounts for a significant portion of the total plant cost. And then also the time. Sometimes we look at the first 1/3 of the cost of the plant. So these are examples of course, these are the complex of within the industry, where you look at the figures from one that see how complex the piping system are. And it can be very rigorous and very complex system. Next slide. So this is also an example of piping system. Sometimes it's not confined within the facility. You have a piping system that also extends from between one continent and the other, between one region to the other. So it can convey and it also comes in size depending on what is meant to convey. So this kind of, if you look at some of those things, how big some pipes can be, and then depending on what the project is supposed to convey. Next slide. So let us compare what do you understand by a piping system, plumbing system. So we say at first glance, the process piping and other piping systems, such as plumbing, may appear similar, but in actual sense, it physically you see a lot of similarity to them, but they have very different functions, and it's the functions that determines whether to call it a plumbing system or a piping system or a process piping system. So, but what exactly is a process piping system? You said in the industry operations, process piping is an essential part of many. That is inline components. Other components may also be included in facility mixing, separating, pressurizing, and other functions. The exact example of process piping system will depend extremely on the application need. Then the difference between piping and plumbing system. So we learn that what do we now understand by plumbing system? Okay, process piping moves chemicals, gases, water, other fluids in support of any. It's an internal manufacturing or processing operation commonly found in many industrial settings, such as oil and gas, refineries, chemical processing, food beverages, power plants, paper mills, brewing plants, and rest of others. So the basic thing is that these settings, gases, chemicals, and other liquids all pass through process piping. Next slide, please. So when further with the differences of between piping and plumbing system, so many makes process piping different. What makes it the process piping system different from plumbing system? But lastly, why process piping system and plumbing system share many similarities? The ultimate difference lies with the purpose of the piping system. What piping system, what system is a piping belongs, you cannot fully determine by examining what the pipe is connected to and where the fluid goes. Process piping goes not only under the same regulation of plumbing systems. This is because process piping is not installed in order to fulfill building services. So what we are saying here is that process piping is not meant for building. So that is what makes it categorically different from the piping system or the plumbing system. The plumbing system is restricted with a piping system as restricted to the building. While the plumbing, the process piping is for the facilities like any other facilities. So there are a lot of other that have mentioned earlier. So process piping also afford a broad selection for piping materials. Facilities can also choose the best piping materials based on intended usage, budget, and type of fluids being moved. Process piping system support a variety of industrial manufacturing functions, such as fluid mixing, separating, stopping, setting, and fluid flow, and other and pressurization and depressurization, the rest of other. Next slide, please. So going further on the difference between piping and plumbing system. What is a plumbing system this time around? It's a plumbing system bring water into a facility and provide safe drainage for water and wastewater to exist in facility. So you supply water into a building or a facility, it brings out wastewater. That's a plumbing system. But when it is to move for the conveyance of fluid from one location to the other, then because a process piping. So when I now say that the plumbing system here adhere to different codes, yes, of course, and then this strict narrow material options for plumbing. I think that we have issues of the problem of material selection when it comes to the application of the plumbing system. In LFPC, one of the major challenges we have is with material specification. We've had a lot of challenges and talking about customer expectations and experience and aspirations. It is those that in the area of the plumbing system that have major challenge over the years. And then when people move into the apartment, the first set of complaints that will come is the area of the problem. And it becomes a major challenge. We also have high we also have facility management department that we don't have. This facility has been persistent. Try everything possible. But there are some of the things we have come to realize. Now, when you are talking about the plumbing system in buildings, the first challenge we have confronted is that you need to have a good design. You start with your design. If you have a good design, you also need a good workmanship, good supervision, and then you also need good material specification. If you put all these points together, that's where you achieve results. This one is not a textbook approach. You might be very textbook. One of our years of practice in the industry. And then we realize that at any time you look at any of these aspects in your building or in your installation, you have problems. You have problems. So it's like 1 multiplied by 1 multiplied by 1 multiplied by 1. If one is missing out, if you substitute 1 with 0, the result you get is 0. So this is one major area where LMs are faced a lot of challenges. And then we are also working to ensure that at any time we ensure we have quality design, we have quality supervision, we have quality workmanship, and then we have quality material specification. Once you can have all these together, we can be sure that you have quality product at the end of the day. Next slide. So now I'm not talking about what are the significance and the benefits or the importance of the plumbing system generally. Health and hygiene. Of course, plumbing harnesses and precious resources and water to use safely and health, hygiene and well. So these are some of the advantages of the plumbing system in the building. Then we have water efficiency. We also have end user satisfaction, sustainability solution, and then we have modern plumbing technology. We also have energy savings. Because when you use good plumbing system. If you have good plumbing system in place, of course, you save energy. You also have the issue of comfortability for the end users or the occupants of the building. Then you have the economic growth. Then you have protection of life, then water sustainability, and food production. Then going further on some of the importance of the good plumbing system in the property or in any facility, we also ensure that you have water purification, you have good quality water to serve the occupant. Then you have sanitary drainage that is hygienic and that is also complying with national World Health Organization standard. Then you also have some water drainage that is also reliable and sustainable. Then you have the issue of the piping system. The piping system also promotes industrialization in any economy, and they also ensure compliance of goods, the easy compliance of goods at from one location to the other. So what I'm talking there about here really is that the piping system in any facility or a building is like the arteries in our body. We can, if you quickly analyze the anatomy of our body, you can also realize that our divine creator has also look at the purposes and then the shift from the area. That is still actually the purpose system. It's not when you go to your toilet. So what we are saying in effect there is that there's a lot of wisdom in piping system, and there's also realize that by the time you apply all these principles into it, of course you are going to get it. Or alternatively, the other way to look at it, to ask yourself, presently, do you have an alternative, a better alternative to substitute for a piping system in any of our facilities or in our building? If the answer is no, then we all agree that the piping system, the significance of piping system cannot be overemphasized. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's another beautiful one. From LSBC, we want to thank the management. They are our host here. We got married early this year, and the marriage is already building up, and we know nearest twins or triplets. It's part of the essence of the institution. We want partnership with companies, with industries, with institutions, with academics. Like when we came early this year to meet the manager of LSDBC, they have challenged us on how we can collaborate. One of our senior colleagues is already working on how we can do some partnership in terms of training and now this week, the first day of the week, we put LSDBC and another industry, another partner, put them together today to give us areas of maintaining standards, areas of maintaining standards in our buildings and facilities. You can see the marriage we have achieved today now. LSDBC and Gabriel, they are already coming together. They have seen each other before. They have fit into the business of each other. But today, they are fusing, and we pray that in the future will be strong and will become better and better. And these are the things we are advocating for. He has spoken about standard. That's the conclusion. That's the conclusion of his message. Standard. That is, he has used the natural one, how God has created us, the standards that have been there, how we eat and we excrete. The same thing we are talking about. If you can maintain the standard, it will be easy for us to get the best. We are going to live comfortably without any problem. We are going to have no issue because we are missing the road. We are not, we don't, what is it? We can do it like this now. Can't we work like this? But the standards are there.
we can improve. There's no doubt about that. And we do that. It's meaning that it's an improvement, not that we are rubbishing standard. Standard must be there at all times. On this note, I want to thank Engineer Wasiu Tajudeen for the presentation. Thank you. So if you have any question for me, let's quickly ask so that we can call it a day for today and start preparing for tomorrow. Okay, we have a
Practice. The practical.
practical. Okay, Engineer Adebute. Yes. Do we put everything here so that you can see?
Those of us that are plumbers, installers, engineers in the house, I think some of us maybe we are familiar with this, we see it one time with the other. When I was consulting, that is when I appreciated hands-on. Because if you don't know how something is being installed and you go to site, the plumber can decide to do anything. The plumber can decide. The plumber can decide to do anything. And not even the plumber doing anything. The plumber himself may forget one thing or the other. But when you know how this ought to be installed, you can correct it. I remember when I was my first site where I started work, the plumber, they taught me so many things. There was a day they were doing an installation and they got something wrong. I told them this is wrong. He said, who are you? You that will talk. What do you do? You came here. I said, look at it properly. He took the intervention of somebody else to tell them what this guy is saying is correct. You guys are wrong. So why am I saying this? You can just have an idea of what this is a concept. This is a concept to be installed with a wall hung or floor standing WC. Don't let it confuse you. We all go to the toilet. The bowl is what we call the WC. The bowl, we have the bowl, we have the tank. We are used to the closed company. The closed company is the one you see the bowl, you see the tank. But with this one, the people that invented it, they looked at it like, why do I need to see the tank? I'm not using the tank. I only need to press a button or pull a lever. So why do I need to see? So they decide to conceal the tank, hide the tank in the wall. Let me only see what I need to see the bowl because I will sit on the bowl. But the tank, I don't have any business with it. I only need to press a button or pull a lever. So that is why they came about this. They concept this is installed with the wall WC or floor mounted WC. So inside the tank, what we have is a fill valve. This is the filling valve, which I think our people call the name for it is the float master. And this is the flush valve, and they call siphon. You have to, if you want to flow with them, you have to learn their language so that you can communicate. So, of course, which is good. So, this is the fill valve, and this is the flush valve. So, I will need somebody to help me to hold this. Okay. Assuming I have my tank installed in the wall, and I want to maintain this tank, how do I? Some of the problem people are about, am I going to break the wall to bring out the tank? Said no. Once you bury this tank in the wall, it can be there for 20, 30 years. You know, plastic. You know, one of the problems we have today is that plastic, all this pure water nylon, they don't degrade. So this now can be in the wall, nothing will happen to it. If there's any problem at all, provided somebody does not puncture it. If there's any problem at all with the internal items, you just bring them out through here. So this is the filling valve. How do I bring out the filling valve? You don't even. Now this is the filling valve. I brought it out. I don't need any tube. You just slot it in. You put it back in. I don't need any tube to bring this out. And plumbers, they've even devised ways of checking if it's okay or not. So the problem you can have with the filling valve is one, dirt. And if there is dirt, it's either it won't supply water. So what do? Just take it apart and give it all blue items and remove it. Why the white ones are free? So I want to check the main place you need to look at in this if you're having problem with it. I'll just close this knot. Once this is closed, I've taken out this. The maintenance video on YouTube and the one I have with me, you see, after taking out this, they will show you the dirt that are settled in here. They will wash with water, just with water only. And once you are done with that, you put it back. You know, a friend called me lately. The installer needed to maintain, and the guy told me that they are bidding for. They want to. I said, but this is just minor maintenance you need to do, because this time it's just these two items. Apart from the control valve, which you used to lock and close, open the water and lock it. The only two things you have are the fill and the flush valve. So after taking out that and you clean it, you also take out this. To remove this, after removing this from here, you just turn it anti-clockwise like this, and you bring it out. Once you bring it out, you just take out this and wash with water. In worst scenario, this is the only thing that can get bad, because this is made from kind of rubber. So if it gets bad, it's soften after about 2 or 3 years. Some people use theirs for 5 years before maintenance at all. But because of our water here, treatment of our water, maybe after 2 years, if we start having issues with this, this is available here. We sell it. Our partners sell it. And we bring some to some facilities because they bought our product. At times, some installers, some people, maybe you want to, they adjust this. By doing this now, you can see that this thing is moving. So if you want the water, more of the water in the tank, you control it with this. But from the factory, it's the standard height. Now for the flush valve, you don't need any tool, you use your hand. I just take out this, open this. All these things are available on videos on YouTube. Open this. Take this out. I'll just shake this into, because it keys in. And bring out this, turn this, bring out this. Why I'm doing all this? For a 12, this is an 8 cm fan. thickness is what I mean by 8 cm. But for a 12 cm tank, it's easier because there's more space. And the reason why we have 8 cm is because our block, the block can be 150, it can be 6 inches, it can be 9 inches, it can be 4 inches. So if you have a small block and you still want to use the constant tank, you have the thickness for any block size. But one thing we advise is that we don't encourage people burying this thing too deep in the wall. So that when you want to maintain, because it's easy now doing it from here. But if it's in the wall, especially when it is buried too deep in the wall, it becomes a little difficult. So I'll take out this. All what I'm doing, go to, you don't need any screwdriver or anything. Then I'll turn this upside down because it has something in it. On the 12 cm, I don't even need to do all this turning. I'll turn this and bring out this, and I'll take out this. After taking out these two things, the tank is just, apart from the control valve there, the tank is just like an empty tank. These are just the two main items. And in worst case, these are available. You can buy them as spare parts if you need. But this, even you don't need to buy the whole set. Because one of the reasons why we go about to enlighten people about our product, some people have it in stock, and some numbers, maybe they don't know. You tell the client you need to buy the whole flush valve. You don't need to do that. If there's a problem with the flush valve, which is problem of this is the seal you need to take out and wash it with just water. And once you wash it with water, put it back. It's working again. Push it back. It's working again. Now, this flush valve here, though we withdrew from this, but for those who still have this in their time, the water, flush water is set to 6 liters for the big flush from the factory. You can adjust it to 7.5 liters or 4.5 liters. How do you do that? You just slide this up, 7.5, just slide this down, 4.5. So for the small flush, it's set to 3 liters from the factory. Just slide it this way to 4 liters. And that's all. At times, this might also be the problem. Just take it out. This black is sealed. Just take it out and wash it with water and put it back. The way this sits, this in the tank sits like this. So when there is death prevents this from closing properly. So water keeps dripping in the bowl. But the beautiful thing about this is that the water will never come out from here. This is like a kind of overflow. Because if I put this is like this. This is like this. So when the water gets up and it's not stopping, it will enter through here and come out from here into the bowl. So that is all about the.
Okay, that is when you said the water is dripping from the bowl. You now said there is a way you can stop that.
Yes. If, of course, if I've said the problem, what could cause it? If there's debt inside the tank, but it will prevent it will prevent it from, it will prevent this from closing properly.
Okay.
Because what happens is that once you flush, when you press the button, this goes up. You can see it's lifting up from the base here. Okay. And when you release it, closes. When there's debt here, it won't close properly. Okay. So what you need to do, just take out this, wash the debt, wash it away with water, and fix it back. But For an emergency, maybe somebody that doesn't have that technical, you can just do this. Once you can open the actuator, just lock the bag so that you don't waste water till you get somebody that can fix it for you. But these are things we can do ourselves. Now, this is for wet wall or block wall. Why this is for dry wall? If you have a partition board, dry wall. I will tell you that on one of our projects, the contractor installed this with the whole of this. Because by standard, this should carry 400 kg. I have a picture on my laptop. After installing, mounting the board, they put 8 bags of cement and they left it for some hours. 8 bags is 400 kg. I have the picture. It's not even, I went to inspect. Because if anywhere our product is being installed, one of my tasks is to go there to check the plumbers are installing properly. So I went there to be sure it is done properly. So they wanted to convince me that they've done the right thing. After putting the bowl, they put 8 bags of cement on it for hours, and it was still standing. So that's all about. Another thing we advise people to do while installing, because for this to carry 400 kg, it has to be installed properly. So all these openings and below has to be filled with concrete block and concrete mixture, not just sand or anything. It has to be solid so that it can be. If you look at the back, all this opening has to be filled with concrete mixture. And it has to sit with a concrete mixture. And this is for dry wall. If I want to open this, and maybe I want to raise it up, I'll just use spanner to do this and raise it up a little. Now, this is thicker than this. This is 12 cm. We're talking about the thickness of it. But the 2 tanks, they take the same volume of water. What this made for heat, this has made for the height. The volume of water that comes into this is 9 liters. 9 liters. 6 liters for the big flush, 3 liters for the small flush. So for this, because dry wall is not as strong as solid and concrete wall. So after anchoring the side to the dry wall, you still anchor the feet so that it will be firm. And for this type of tank, you have option of both front flushing actuation and top actuation. Assuming I have a draft wall, I want to flush from top. I will take this and put it here. And I'll take this. It's just the same thing as we have inside this. We have also inside this one, the fill valve and the flush valve. This has not been useful. So, assuming I want to flush from the top, I'll just remove this one here, put it here, and use this to flush here. To call this the support block. And what you have inside is the fill and the flush valve. So, if there's anyone that has our product installed and is having problem with it, we are always available to help them sort it out. And the support we give is after sales. We are not charging for it. It's after sales support. If there's a major problem, then we can get an installer that we have paid. So I don't know if there's any question. Okay, let me talk about something. This man is a guy from France. Which man? There's a man. Man. Okay. So there's a mark. What this mark stands for is that for you to get the until height, the fictional level, you are this. Raise this picture, then hold this and raise this to meet that 1 meter on the wall. Then you tighten it at that height. With that height, every other thing fall in place. The bow will not be too high, it will be too low. Just do your piping also to that height. And also another thing is that our products, because we have thousands of products, all our products have an identification number that we call article number. It's inside the tank. So if a customer wants anything about this tank, the first thing I'll ask with the article number, I can get all the information about
to repeat anywhere that can stop people those parts I mentioned that we need to bring out and wash the water. They are like filters too. But even filters, we need to clear them after some time. So those are there are things to check so that the product is not totally damaged. Once those signs, you start seeing those signs, you just bring out those things. Wash them with just water. Yes. But feel that after some time, you will clear filter. You will clean the filter. If the particle blocks it completely, clean the filter. But it's a valid point, sir. I will throw it because they always want feedback. Maybe somebody too has been thinking about that. Okay, why don't we improve instead of having to go inside to drink and wash? Why don't we find a place where it's so it's a valid. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So those are some of the things we yes, that's very signing. When I carry that typhoon or stomach, what do you so? I would say I no one is saying something. You don't talk or anything in the environment. That is so heavy that that police. Yeah, I'm not so into talent. Yes, you see when that can happen. Create a so that air on and then free. That the bit of free some and the fitting is heavy. But it's because it's combining the work of so many things. Yes. Because I'm going to use normal fitting to achieve the same connection. You can't even achieve them at the same height with normal fitting. So it's combining so many things, and it's also faster.
It's also yes, sir. It also serves as a point for maintenance. That's one of the reasons why it is due. Because if there's a blockage now, unlike me, creating a specific the material side, material side, is heavy because quality HDB, they are not that light. Quality HDB, they are heavy and they have wonderful quality. It's for me. If I as a consultant, if I want to specify any pipe of baby, I will specify HDB. The qualities are just wonderful. And you can recycle them. About 50 years, you still have them. Nothing happens to them. 50 years. So it's a fight. I just hope they will not advocate it like PPR. You know, PPR used to be, you know, when we specify PPR, you can go to sleep. But now you see some PPR, you go there like you bend like this, you do like this. You can't even be sure when you install it. So it's combining so many things and also for maintenance. Because if you need to run, you have to clean through it. So you just take away the expansion socket and run through. So if it's that small, to achieve that connection and for maintenance, that's why it's small. Another thing I wanted to say, I just remember. Yes, it's also about. I like the question they have been giving. I'll note it down because they want to be back. Another thing I want to say is that with this consistent, you don't need to buy anything like fan connector or any other thing. That's why I brought it back. It comes with everything you need for the installation. It comes with all this. Some clients, some customers have called me. My plumber says I need to buy fan connector, I need to buy no. Everything comes with it. It comes with this. And we've had instances that people came to us and said some items are missing. They said, well, you know, because of the way in the company, my boss, one of the things he told me that this paper is always inside all our products. This paper shows the weight after packing, the weight in product. So they check if it's not something is missing. As long as you see this item in the back, there's no way somebody can justify that it's not taking something out of it. So you put all this, and the beauty of it is that this is HDP because if it does not do this, you only do it, but you can connect this to this. This comes top, but this is 90. This comes here and you push it in, connect to your pipe. So everything you need for the connection comes with the pipe. If there's any other question?
Yes, among the two, which one is easier to maintain?
What we are advising and what we are trying to do is a 12 cm because it's bigger. You have enough room to move the hand inside. The 8 cm, you know, if it's not in the wall, it's also because what makes people to go for 8 cm at times is not cost. It's because of the wall, the space they have. You know, you have this, for example, I have a 4 inches block, and I want to use this. I can't put a 12 cm in a 10 cm block. It's already bigger than the block. Put it there, and plaster around me, and I will enjoy the same benefit. So there's some consultant. The consultant will never recommend this. Because they say they are not sure of the intensity of our block. But this is a bit more expensive than this. So that's why we train plumbers. There's no need for a client to buy. The one I said they put 8 bags on cement is this side, not even this side. 8 bags. I have that picture in my system. I don't have it on my phone.
There's a question on the chat.
Yes, they are installed. Installed.
What is the difference between dry wall and wet wall, and how can it be identified? Can you see?
Yes, a dry, for example, this is a wet wall, block wall. So to build this, you have to mix mortar, you have to mix red sand and block. This is a wet wall. A dry wall is a partition wall. Okay. And we have a partition wall, and we use a frame and the board. So that is a dry wall. So that does not have the same strength as this. So for the tank to be able to carry the same weight, it has to have additional support. That is the level. Anchor it to the first plan. So because that the consultant I talked about, they said even if the block is not strong, at least the slab will be strong. So they always specify this. Yes, that's right. Okay, based on this, they don't even look at this or wait for. They don't even bother to go to just specify it. But we are trying to, that's why we train plumbers. Okay, this is you install it well, you won't have the problem of either falling or anything like that. Because the manufacturer design this block wall and to carry the same weight as this by 400 kg. So that's why I appreciated what I did. He said something very valuable that I noted. It's not your product can be good, the installer may be a problem. So it can be product, it can be the material, it can be so everything has to be up to standard, just as we said. So we are encouraging installers. I want to, I'm looking for the opportunity to really meet with installers in large volume of them. Why do we, at times, why do we install below standard? Let me just say that. Some of them at times want to do more installation. So because of that, some of them want to more money. Some of them don't even have idea of what it is that. For example, I went to check on installation, the solenoid valve, because the thing is long and there's a way it is installed in the liner. So because the thing is long and they probably didn't know what to do. Unfortunately for me, it's my very close friend. He was even one of the guys that really taught me, explained plumbing to me. He just decided to cut and say, why? Because so because I meet with some of these experts, I meet with some plumbers, with all these contracting firms. Some of them, our people are the one that they don't supervise them. Let me tell you a scenario that happened. Somebody, the popular contracting firm, the man is an engineer, well experienced plumber. Give them the man was the one that was teaching him everything. So he taught him what to do about fire pump. So the guy said he went to initiate the fire pump. He couldn't stop the alarm. The whole night, he was just running about. He took the man to come and to put it on. So some of our people, when it comes to installation, have seen, I give it to some of us. Very good at installing, but it's just a time how do I put it? Some of us just want to, they don't care at times. My colleagues in the head office, the smallest detail they care about it. I'm putting the pipe in the wall doesn't mean it shouldn't be straight. Because I'm going to cover it doesn't mean it should be straight. Some of us are so we should because at times when we are talking, when we talk, at times I feel ashamed because I see some of the things our plumbers do. I see some of the things they do. There's a tank we have that is for external installation, the plumber that installed it inside the wall. And if something that is meant for outside, how do you flush what you have flushed from the top? You know, it's not like this. This is a consider we are taking. That one does not happen. No. So I would love to have maybe a larger. That's why in the trainings I always try to encourage our plumbers. Once you do a good job, it will speak for you. There are some guys I can't even call them for some clients. And apart from job, work, some attitude of some plumbers, you know, some clients are, please don't send this guy to my place. And there are some plumbers I know, the guy I thought that is working on service, the guy is just making his money. Maybe because of majority, I don't know. When you meet him, you just like him. No matter what the client will say, and whereas it's not like when I was in consulting. You know, as consultant, you feel you are the boss, but the contractor is finding the bank. You control the contractor, you do this, you do that. You are your salary, but the contractor is making more money. I learned that after I learned. After I learned consulting, I said, of all my shouting, I go to side, hey, do this, hey, do that. I'm your boss. I go, they will be saying, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. They are making more. Yeah, they are smiling to the bank. They are smiling to the bank. It's rare for you to say consultant, chat, or contractor. You weigh them that person. So it's good to do good installation. Maintain the standards. I want to maintain the standards. You can compete anywhere in the world. Okay, no other.
Okay, thank you very much. We have come to the end of the three sessions where we had the press conference, we had the first presentation from Prepared, the practical session now, and the LSPC also contributed. On behalf of the engineering week team, led by our Vice Chairman, Engineer Mario Oliver, and the Executive Council, led by Engineer Abdulhamid Amiyu, myself, Engineer Secretary, would like to say a very big thank you to each and everyone that has come here today and those that have joined us online. And have we engaged? Yes or no? Yes, I think the yes have it. So we hope to be here also tomorrow, where we shall be talking about the auto industry. For those of us that we know people who are in the auto industry, please let them know that tomorrow is the same venue there. We will be using, let them come en masse so that we can also talk the way we have discussed today about the auto industry. Thank you and God bless. Okay, please, give us the closing prayer.
Oh Lord, I thank Father, and the giving us the opportunity to witness this glory. We all enjoy your glory. Thank you. As we are going now, because to guide us. When we shall come here tomorrow, we shall give you the glory that shall be grateful to you in Jesus' name.
But
perfect.
It's a private stuff.
Because every 2 months, match the 3 months. This is minimum of $20. Yeah. But the man is the other one. The office is engineer, shall want to share only cost competition. What is that? Because the company did that. So from there, that's